That's too loud. Seems kind of loud. Maybe it's okay. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Happy weekend, folks. Good morning. How's it going, Coco Type? I was thinking about what to do today as I was frantically trying to get everything prepped for my tax guy. Long story short, it's going to be okay. I just have to give them a couple of forms of information and we should be good to go. Should be able to make it in by the deadline. I'm a procrastinator. I think everyone knows this. Hi, first time chatter. How's it going, Rowan? Rowan Shah, hi. How you doing? We're gonna revisit a project today that we started in June and we just kind of forgot about. Not really forgot about, but just kind of, put to the side. I'm still, I've got a few things I'd like to do. And the major issue is, of course, time, right? Like being able to not enough time in the day. One of those people that files for the extension and then still waits until the last minute. I don't know whatever gave you that idea, Coco Type. But yes. So this year's been kind of crazy, okay? I filed for the extension for the first time in my life. Usually I am able to hit like the April 15th deadline. I famously finished with like 5 minutes to spare one year. So it's one of those things where like I do my best work when I'm under pressure, right? Well, this year I had to hold up the white flag and say, you know what? I surrender. Please, IRS, please grant me an extension. Almighty IRS. And they said, okay. And I was like, all right, sweet. And then I went ahead and worked on the other things that were on my plate, backlog or whatever, you know how it goes. And then all of a sudden, well, it's October 15th. And the rest is history. I finally called someone. Went to H&R Block. I was like, hey, do you know business taxes? And they're like, we know a guy in our division, somewhere that's going to take you half an hour to drive. I'm like, oh. And he picked up the phone and he's like, so, getting kind of under the wire here, aren't we? And I'm like, yeah. I was like, don't worry. Like, I've like filed my quarterly taxes and like the taxes have been paid. Okay, I've paid. Now I just have to like, make it official. He's like, all right, come on over. Turns out he's actually been doing part-time teaching on the side to like small business owners and like try to, teach them about this stuff. And so it was fun to meet with him. And so I thought I might not be able to stream tonight actually, because I was worried that I had more stuff to do. I do still have more stuff to do, but I can turn it in tomorrow and he'll still be able to, he won't be able to look at it until Monday anyway. So I think I'm okay. So what's the lesson here? The lesson is do what I said I would do at the beginning of the year and find an accountant so that they can handle all this for me and I can, one less thing to get an ulcer over. I don't have an ulcer yet that I know of, but I'm pretty sure that if it were to happen, it would be because of things like this. So I went to the tax guy today. I took a walk today, third day in a row, 30-minute walk, heart rate's up, feeling good. You know, it's a good week. It's been a good week. Yes, Monday is the deadline. Here's the thing though. This is what he told me. And he said, if you don't owe them money, they don't care. If you do owe them money, they're going to care quite a bit. If they owe you money, they're like, yeah, sure, whatever, file whatever. It's going to be fine. Unless you wait 3 years to file, in which case they're like, sorry, you waited too long. We're not going to give you back your money. That's what he told me. That was his financial advice. So I learned something new today. I had to Google what an ulcer is. Ploppy. Oh dear. Yeah, you don't want one of those. You absolutely don't want one of those. Yeah. Yeah. Here's the thing. I had to give up caffeine because I was worried that well, because of my sedentary lifestyle, my resting heart rate was like a cool 120, 125. Just sitting there, doing nothing. That's not good. Now my resting heart rate is around 77 beats per minute. Coding without caffeine, impossible. I can tell you that it was very difficult at first. I did go through the withdrawals. I did experience some crazy headaches. But I was down in like 3 or 4 sodas a day. I know that's probably not, a lot to some people, but it was killing me because I don't get out of my seat as much as I should. And my Apple Watch is telling me, when I'd be like watching shows or whatever, are you okay? You're just sitting there doing nothing and your heart rate's up. Are you okay? Like I kind of took that as a sign that I should probably make some changes in my life. So I took a look at, the state of things and like my capacity for change. And I said, you know what? I think I can swing this. I think if I getting rid of soda altogether, probably better in the long run, but I'm not there yet. I gotta have my soda. I don't care that it's not good for you, I know, but non-caffeinated, I don't know. Can you liken that to like a nicotine patch? Maybe. I don't know if it's as extreme as that, but I mean, caffeine is a drug. So, and definitely my body was like, I need it. And this is, it's because part of the issue is I'm a night owl. And so, in order for me to stay awake, and like be able to coherently like do a task, I needed to be alert. So that was part of the problem, was like, I kind of lost that alertness. I got that "Are you okay" message watching Love and Thunder. Yeah. I went for the first time ever earlier this year. I thought I was dying for like a week. It kind of does put you into a panic though, doesn't it? Because you're enjoying the movie too much. Yeah, that's probably what it was. Usually, like when I get those notifications, it's when I'm watching a very intense film. Yes. But I haven't had one of those since August. So I feel like I'm doing pretty well. I took a look at my my little health report or whatever they put on the phone. And it like tells you like, you received 3 heart rate notifications within the last month. And I looked at the most recent one and it was in August. So I think I'm doing something right. I think. We'll see. I had one for the first time ever. Was about an ulcer. Oh, shoot. Cocoa type. I hope you're not still dealing with it. It does sound painful. Gee. Hey, but may we all have good health, great health, and be able to do the things that we want to do. Ain't got a thing to prove to you. I ate my candy with the pork and beans. One of the coolest songs ever. Hey all. We're gonna play with this Twitch client a little bit. I had to refresh my authentication token because it'd been so long. But you may all remember this little fun exercise. And I decided to create a network layer, and I'm using async await. Finally, I'm getting with the times. No more completion handlers for me. I'm going all out with the async await. And I just figured out. I had to relearn all this. I went in and I set my configuration on the terminal on the Twitch client, the CLI. So now I have a simple app. It was a small one, it went away, but it was like the worst heartburn constantly for like a whole week. Dude, that's what happened with me and Pizza Hut. I got the craziest heartburn, and like I'd been fine for decades with my favorite pizza place of all time. Used to be Pizza Hut. But they gave me so much heartburn, I had to stop. I no longer go to Pizza Hut, which is sad. I know there's, favorite all time. It's got to be like a hole in the wall mom and pop shop somewhere for it to be a truly great pizza place. I understand this. I'm just saying that as a kid, I like latched onto Pizza Hut for whatever reason. I don't know. Maybe it was like a birthday party or something, and it just got me hooked. But yeah, like the heartburn was insanity. It was awful. I was not well. Okay. So what do we have here? We have this fun, cute little app. All it is I'm just entering a username. And it's supposed to get the user info, including profile picture and the displayed header. Sorry. What is that called? The dashboard image. What is it called? And then the description. We could do this for anybody. In fact, CocoType I need to. There we go. Hey everybody, you should check out CocoType. They stream Monday and Friday, 7 o'clock Pacific. Check it out. I love that picture, by the way. Floppy. This is surprisingly really straightforward. Let me walk you through the code. And if you're interested, let me show you where to go. Actually, I've got in the Twitch /console/apps. I created a mobile application called the Nutterfy client. It's just a straight API call. What's going to happen is you supply a name, the OAuth redirect URL, which this is just standard your local host, and then they assign a client ID, which is public. So I don't have to worry about sharing this, but there is a client secret as well. You use the secret to generate a token, which then you, by using the token, can access the API. Now there's some caveats to this, and I don't completely know. I think CocoType could give you a lot more. Riru, hey, what's up? How you doing? The cat picture is Dolly generated? Oh, that's awesome. That's pretty cool. So the Twitch CLI, the Twitch API is what I'm trying to do. My goal is to have a more interactive stream, so that you can all contribute to what happens on stream. And I just kind of wanted to get my feet wet with this. And so it turns out that you can get a lot of information that's not private information. People's usernames, their profile pictures, If they have put stuff they put on their page, that's all public information, and that's what we're grabbing here. And let me show you what I've got so far in the code. You wanted to give a fancier version of your cat? I think it is pretty fancy. Yeah, is that a hat? Is that a visor, or is that like is that their hair? Is that a toupee? I'm not quite sure what this is, but it looks cool. The sunglasses definitely add to the coolness factor. Yes, indeed. So here's what we got so far. My content view is it's a very simple interface, and this is kind of a lot of junk's going on here because I would just kind of like bumble in through. So we definitely need to make it a little bit prettier. That's supposed to be a hat. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was like one of those like visors that you wear like when you're playing blackjack or something. It's a cat who's in witness protection. Do they also garble the voice when it meows? Okay, so here's my content view. I've got 3 state properties. User input. This is just to have the name. Do you guys mind if I search your names? It's public, right? Is that okay? I don't want to make anybody nervous. Or we'll just go back to me. So what we have is we have a text field. Simple, enter username. The text that gets captured in here goes into the binding to the user input property. Auto correction is disabled because why would we want to auto correct a username? Yeah. When we submit, when we press the enter key, we perform this task that says await get user. Ooh, we're using async await today. And that was the prompt you gave it that generated the image. That's cool. So then I have a vertical stack, which is if let user. Okay, we're using the new iOS 16 syntax. Or is it iOS 15? When did the if let optional come into play? Was that iOS 15 or iOS 16? I'm forgetting now. I license you authorization to use my account in any API calls, but not API calls, only API cats. Oh, wait, IPA calories? Whatever those are. I read that and I thought I said cats because we were talking about your cat profile picture. So if let user exists, because it starts out as as nil, yeah, because we haven't done any searching yet. If user exists, then we we use an async image with a URL of the user's offline image URL. Oh, so this must be the okay, this is the offline image. Yeah. Okay. And then if let image equals phase.image, why did I call it phase? Oh, because it's of type async image phase. There you go. Image resizable scale to fit. And then else if phase.error does not equal nil, color.red. I'm not sure why I did this. Else color.blue, which is a placeholder. Okay, so okay. Again, this was just to kind of visualize something. I probably could make this nice and cleaner. The shortened if let syntax, Swift 5.7, which came with Xcode 14, which is iOS 16, but it works with previous OSs. Oh, I see. Thank you, Cocotype. Okay, so after this offline image, we have the HStack, which includes another async image, and this is the profile picture. Which is just the user's profile image URL. So like everything that comes out with this API call is a bunch of URLs to images that you have to download separately. iOS WikiBrain comes in handy again. Yeah, Cocotype. I'm glad you're here. Thank you. You're filling in the gaps. If let image equals phase.image, then we draw image resizable. This is, again, because it's inside the HStack, I only have to declare it here and it knows to include it. Thank you, view builder. And then also if phase.error is not equal nil, then again, for some reason I chose color.red as the error and color.blue as a placeholder. Anyway, got a frame modifier. And then at the bottom, or no, this is an H stack. So to the right, I have user.displayName. I feel like I probably should like maybe make this bold. Let's make it bold. Okay. And then a spacer to make sure that there is that it hugs and doesn't try to like draw itself way over here. And then finally the text user.description. So this is basically the synopsis of what this channel is all about. This is very, very much out of date. I do a mix of SwiftUI programming. That is true. Red Dead 2, Celeste, and other fun stuff. I haven't played Red Dead 2 in a very long time on stream. Celeste has been at least 6 months or so. Current game I'm working through is Death Stranding. That is also false. I mean, I am working through it in a way, but it's not like my it's not the game, the topic that we I think probably the most recent one that we were doing is either Assassin's Creed Odyssey? Origins. I think it's Assassin's Creed Origins. Part of what I'm building right now will involve using the Spotify API to integrate music into the app, and I'm a little intimidated by it. Seeing this makes me feel better. Floppy, I'm here to tell you that you can do it. It may seem intimidating at first, but an API is essentially just like any API that you would learn in the iOS SDK, right? It's just you're just learning how to make calls and do something with that data. Border, foreground color, background. Okay. Spacer, text hello there. I'm not quite sure why we have this. Let's get rid of this, I guess. And then I have a task called no with nothing. Why is that? I wonder why I'm even doing anything. Let's just get rid of the task. Again, just doing some cleanup here, making sure that the project seems like it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. Honestly, the only difficult thing with most APIs is just figuring out each one's weird way of doing auth. And then once you get past that hurdle, it's simple. Yeah, that's some good advice, Cocotab. I agree with that. Okay, so our method getUser is essentially we're going to use our network service to get the user with the login name of the user input. Now, I call this login name. I don't know if that's right or not, but anyway, that's our content view. That's all it is. So it's just a text field, and then as soon as you submit it, you call this method getUser. This is stuff that we wrote. Now, let's take a look at network service and see what that's all about. Okay. So I have this struct here for just some nice string constants. Let's look at the network service. We're using a shared network service, and I've defined a couple of errors here. Here's our base URL, https://api.twitch.tv/helix. Okay. Maybe I should call this base URL string. So here's our getUser method with the login name string. And so here's what we do. We've got an async. So again, earlier today, like before stream started, this was all using completion handlers. And completion handlers work, but they're kind of like the old ancient way of doing things, right? Like async await is the future of Swift programming, right? So we want to be able to handle these asynchronous calls. So we say it throws if something goes wrong. For example, if our authentication token is invalid, we need some way to throw an error. So what I'm doing is I'm generating the URL from a URL string. I build some components. I say, hey, those components, the query items include this list, which is the Twitch endpoint login, and the value is login name. And then I say guard let URL equals components.url else throw service error.invalid path. So if I do some weird username, maybe it doesn't like that, and it's going to throw invalid path. Or maybe if it's an empty string, even if it's an empty string, that probably will be okay. Let's give it a check. Insert Rich Hickey simple is not equal easy comment here. Big part of what I'm making is using Spotify, and it requires them to log in. If they don't have an account, I don't know what to do. Well, yeah, that's essentially it. I would say if they don't have an account, one of the things you can do is display to them, hey, it looks like you're not logged in. You need to log in first. And that's like the first hurdle, right? So what I'm doing here is, in fact, we should probably build that screen here. I don't even know what this app is going to do. All I know is that I'm just trying to ping the API to get something. So the next thing to do once you've built out the URL with the query items and everything is adding the header info. And so here for the request, I've set the client ID value for the HTTP header field client ID. And remember, client ID is just a string that says client ID, where it's dash between and a capital I, capital C. Very important. I also have a header info for the authorization ID for the header field Twitch endpoint.authorization. And that is the authorization ID value, which is my token, which I have cleverly hidden from you all in another file called secrets.token. It's currently a hard-coded string, and I just got it from my my Twitch CLI. So I think this is the issue that I'm going to face if I were to like get this installed on, you know, put this out in the App Store for whatever reason. This secrets.token is going to have to be generated by someone actually logging into Twitch. That's what we got to. All right, then keep your secrets. Gandalf. And then what we have is this just your standard do catch block where I try and await my URL session shared data for request. So I built the request from the URL. The HTTP method is get. That probably doesn't need to be specified because that's the default method as it says here in the description or the discussion portion. And then I try JSON decoder to code codable data wrapper with a type of user from data. So I believe it was it Matt who tuned us into this fun type where essentially you've got a wrapped data type that has that's codable. It has a response with a field named data, which is what you actually want. So both codable data wrapper is codable and the T is codable, whatever that thing happens to be. So when I try my JSON decoder to code codable data wrapper from data, return wrapper.data.first. Now this is a little I'm using a force unwrap, which is of course not good. It's not the best. What this wrapper is I have to actually grab the data from it. And because the wrapper actually returns an array of users, which I was kind of surprised by that. But apparently I don't know if all Twitch API calls are like this, but at least this one was an array of T. And so I need to make sure that this is actually the case for all of our calls, because if it isn't, then I need to modify this. So actually I can get rid of the API response. That's fine. Okay. First time doing API calls, stuck on a bug. Catch throw error. Are you mad that I'm not handling the error, that I'm just throwing it? Is that what that means? First time doing API calls, stuck on a bug for like 2 days. I thought codable was spelled codable with an E, and it still looks funny to me. It does look funny. Not mad, you could just not catch it. I guess I could. In which case, would you say then that I just do this and it automatically throws? Is that how you don't normally would do it? I guess let's try that. Let's try breaking this. Okay, here we go. We're doing this again. Variable URL string was never mutated. Okay, well I should probably make this a let then. Catching and rethrowing is redundant. That's fair. What's up? Swermus, how you doing? Haven't talked in a while. Yeah, how you been? I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right. Wait a second. Why is it in the middle now? Did I erase something that I shouldn't have erased? I think I did. Uh-oh. Okay, so it didn't like that question dot, and it says the data couldn't be read because it is missing. Okay, so we're not displaying to the user that something bad happened. We should probably deal with that. But if I do this, is it gonna do what it's supposed to? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Okay, so I think I had taken out in the content view. Did I take out the spacer? I think that's what happened. Yeah, I think I did this. If let user, else if let error, image system name external drive dot bill dot badge dot xmark, else if let error, error string. Oh. Okay, we need to resolve this. Let's do this. It's a string. Uh-oh. State private error, and then let's see. Here I can finally do get user. Do catch self.error equals error. There we go. Now we are handling appropriately the error that gets thrown. How have you been, Swermus? Anything fun you've been working on lately? Value type any error has no member description. Localized description though. Oh yeah. Okay, here we go. Else if let error, else. I don't really know what to do here. If let user, else if let error. You know what I should probably do? I could either have a result type or I could have two separate state properties. Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure. Not sure what we're gonna do. Glad you're doing well. No new projects for me. Any new fun games you started to play? I did try. I did start Assassin's Creed Origins. It's the one with the pyramids, yeah. And I played Papers, Please, which was really fun. I've been playing a lot of Lost Ark, mostly offline. I don't normally stream Lost Ark very much, but I do play it a lot, actually. Overwatch 2 I've tried a couple times. But yeah, it's been a lot of it. It's been a lot of software dev heavy on these last few months of streams. Yeah, I would say, partly because I'm trying to figure out this structured course that I'm trying to build for a YouTube series on Swift UI paths, Swift UI shapes. I tend to do things like this with a state. Good, great and good. So like something like state private var state, which could be something like that, you think? It's an enum with ready loading, error, success, etc. Enum state cannot be used as an attribute. User state. There we go. So something like this. Case. I guess if we're not yet loading it, maybe if we're idle. Case idle. Maybe. Before you typed anything, after you type, but before you have results. Idle. Loading. User. Error. How's that? Is that pretty good? Let's do that. Then we get to do this. Then we get to say switch state. Case idle. I guess this is where we would have our oh, that's up here already. We'll break. We'll break. Case loading, we could have a progress bar. Case user, let user. Then we could do this. Shazam! How's that? Yeah? And then we get rid of that. And then referencing static method build either second on conditional requires that progress conform to view. Ooh, hey, build either second. You know what that is? That is a method on a result builder. We learned about that a few weeks ago. Ship it. Do it. Case error, let error, boom. Then we get to say external drive, fill badge, X mark, text, referencing static method. Wait, hold on a second. Wait, is this this is a vertical stack? Closure containing control flow statement cannot be used with result view builder. Oh, do I just make this an empty view? Let's make it an empty view. Maybe that'll resolve the issue. Then I can do boom. And I think that should resolve it. Yeah? No. Referencing static method build either on conditional content requires that progress conform to view. What's happening here? Content view initializers inaccessible due to private protection level. Let's get rid of error. Let's get rid of user. So now we just have two state properties. We have user input. We have state. VStack. Text field. And then another VStack. Requires a progress. Oh, progress doesn't conform to view? Progress view. Oh, that's all I needed to have. Yeah. Whoopsie daisy. Okay, we're good. Let's see if that actually. Let's build. Here, let's. Okay, let's try this again. Here we go. It's still failing. Do. Oh. State equals. Oh. Let user equals try await. State equals dot user. Catch. State equals dot error. Yeah. We're still failing. Content view initializers is inaccessible due to the private protection level. Equals idle. I forgot to give it initialized. I forgot to initialize the state. Bad. Okay, build succeeded. We good? Now let's give it a shot. Let's see what happens with this new and improved user interface where we handle our errors. Okay, so enter username. It's still in the middle of whatever. I'm just gonna do question mark dot. Ah, there we go. The data couldn't be read because it is missing. We certainly could provide a probably a better error than that, but let me also fix some things here. Our divider, we have a vertical stack, and then we also need down here is wait, was that this border? That's this. Padding. That's in the other VStack. Okay, then I could just do spacer here. I think that's what I did. I got rid of the spacer before. Okay, let's try building this again. Can the preview provider do this? Do I have to launch from the simulator, or can I do this? Okay, now I've got the enter the user's name up here. We're gonna say pretty sure there's no user that exists named that. Data can be read because it's missing. So maybe instead of localized description, maybe I could just be like, well, I guess it would depend on the error. In which case, we would have to know, is the error because we had a problem with our authentication, or is the error because we got back something that wasn't a user? It suggested Aladdin. First of all, I want to know who took this name. We don't know. We don't know who took it because they do nothing on this platform. I really want this name. But that's okay. Programming and non-programming variety streams Tuesday, Thursday. Okay, cool. So this is actually working. I'm imagining Mario is missing spin-off with the android character from Star Trek: The Next Generation. They're too busy doing things. Yeah. That must be it. That's what's going on. Ooh, is there a Butterfinger? Wait a minute. This is suggesting things to me. I thought it wasn't supposed to suggest things to me. Oh, it's auto correction disabled. Maybe I also should have like a suggestion, search suggestions. Maybe there's another auto. Maybe that's not something I can control. Okay, is there a Butterfinger user? Let's find out. There is a Butterfinger user. Butterfinger helps fans game better. The one-of-a-kind candy bar with a crispity, crunchy, peanut buttery taste partners with games like Final Fantasy VII Remake, Brawlhalla, Xbox, Halo Infinite, FF14, and some of our favorite streamers to bring you exclusive in-game content and experience. Not the sponsor. Looks like they also do not have an offline image. Actually, games like Xbox. Yeah, wait a second. Games like Xbox. Hold on a second, Butterfinger. That doesn't make sense. Also, our background is a little bit sterile. We need to spice things up a little bit, don't we? Let's fix that. What we're gonna do is we're going to I think I should throw this into a Z stack, although it's not allowing me to do that. Sometimes if I do a command click, left click, it'll allow me to embed in something, but sometimes that doesn't work, and it might be because I'm currently running the app. Let me see if I build the app when it's not running and I do command click. No. What about option left click? No. What about control? No. Does this sometimes happen to you all who are using Xcode? Sometimes it'll let you embed and sometimes it won't. I love that game. That's such a great game, that Xbox game. Yes. Maybe if I throw it in here. Can I throw you in here? Yeah, it's not letting me. Sometimes that happens. Okay. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm gonna throw it into a Z stack, and I'm going to do a linear gradient. I always do this. This is my favorite thing to do. We're going to do the colors are going to be purple and black, and the start point is going to be top leading. The end point is going to be bottom trailing, and this is going to be ignores safe area. So that's, I'm going to grab this whole thing and I'm going to throw it inside here. Here we go. Okay. Let's first of all, let's expand this and let's see if actually the preview provider can give it a shot without us having to run from the simulator. You're showing too many Butterfinger marketing images for a Dinty Moore Beef Stew sponsored streamer. Butterfinger is not a Hormel Foods brand. Boy, don't I wish they would respond to my calls. I haven't called them. I've only tweeted at them once. No, I did send out their form. I haven't heard back. I'm still hoping though. Someday, I'll be able to eat Dinty Moore Beef Stew on stream and get paid for it. That's like the American dream right there. Here we go. All right, this is kind of washed out a little bit, huh? That enter username. I think it needs foreground color. What is it? Primary? Is that how it goes? Or is it secondary? Why is it not working? Oh. How do I change the color of the prompt? Because if I do the actual one, once I start filling in, that text goes red. But if it's just a placeholder, is there a way to do the placeholder? We're gonna do a foreground color white for the actual text. Is there a let's see, placeholder color? Accent color? Nope. I don't know. Send that out. Send that out. You have displeased the Hormel Foods gods. No. They're just like, who are you? That's what it is. Okay, so here we go. Once we do that, there we go. Let's shout out another one of our favorite streamers. Compile Swift. Wait, is it capital? Oh, you know what? Is it not case sensitive? I guess we can do that without worrying about case sensitive. That's pretty gnarly. Well, you look at that. Isn't that nice? Maybe it sanitizes it as we okay. So here's our user interface. It's looking okay. Could be better. It's a little hard to read, but it is working through the preview provider. We don't actually have to build to the simulator, which is really nice. So let's go back to our network service, and we have get user. Now, one of the things that I would like to do is to create some generic methods here. There's going to be a lot of endpoint calls, maybe, but they all have a couple of things in common. Usually, most of the get requests include such things as query items and some headers. If they were ever going to post any data, then we would have headers, as well as perhaps the HTTP body, which is an instance of data. And I would like to hide that behind some methods so that we have like a single point of failure, so that we know that if our code is not being written correctly. And it means that these methods won't be so long. You know, if you've got like maybe 50 to 100 method calls, let's say, 50 to 100 methods, and all of them are getters, you don't want to have to like just do the boilerplate here for here on out. So what I'm thinking of doing here is creating like a generic get method. Get. And maybe we'll do T and we'll call that decodable. And then we're going to be path is a string. And then it's going to throws async. Wait, is it async throws? It's async throws. Async throws, and it's going to return type T. Then all we got to do is stuff. Well, we're going to need a couple more things. First of all, let's say query items, and this will be a list of URL query items. And we'll say maybe that'll be empty so that we don't always have to do it. And then we'll do headers, which is basically a dictionary of string. And we'll say that that's also could be empty if there are none. Is there anything else that I'm missing for a GET request? You've got your path, you've got your query items, you've got your headers. I guess there could be a case where you would put HTTP data inside a GET request. Does that normally happen though? What up, AJ Gala? How you doing? How you doing? Happy weekend. Hey, we're just making some we're just making our own Twitch app here. No big deal. Big deal. We're just gonna throw some NS error for now so that there we go. Missing return an instance method expected to return T. Yeah, check it out. I don't know if you've seen this before, but here we go. Let's see what AJ Gala's doing. Aww. So fun. There you go. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, it's basically any... Let's see. Let me make sure that I'm spelling this right. Floppy. There we go. Yeah, so it's essentially just querying the API, just grabbing users by the name, and it just shows their profile picture. It's all public information, so if you didn't know and you'd like your persona to be a little bit more private, then there you go. You'll learn something today. But this is me. This is shows the offline image. It shows my face, my icon, my name, and then a little blurb. That's the app logo. Oh, nice. Very cool. So back to what we were doing, which was the network service. So the network layer is, it's something that you got to do in like most every app, right? Most every app that has any sort of meaning has a way to like access resources from outside of itself, right? Goes to the internet, it's looking for stuff. So you usually got to write your network layer most of the time. It's going to be customized, of course, to your app's needs, but there's always some boilerplate that always gets written like every time. And wouldn't it be great if we could just have like a series of methods to do that? We don't want to install Alamo Fire, for example, which is this great behemoth of a third-party solution, which was great for its time, but we want to do things lean. We want to just rely on URL session. That's pretty much all we need for the network layer. And so what we have to do is we just have to kind of build a service that handles anything that we'd throw at that URL session. And so for now, I'm just going to work on this get request here, and I'm just going to do exactly what I have here. I'm going to say essentially this. I'm going to say var components equals URL components string path. And then components query items equals, and then I'll just say query items. query items. And then, what do we have? We said, and then we have to do a guard let components URL. We got to make sure that this is actually valid. If it's not, then we're going to throw an invalid path error. Reminds me of all the querying when I was learning SQL. Ah, that's fun. Yeah. Yeah, it's exactly it. You're pinging a database somewhere out there and trying to get something back. Guard let URL equals components URL else this. And then we're going to create a request. We're essentially just doing all of this. Yeah. Now there could be, what we could do is we could create something called standard headers. Where we could create the standard headers for this application. Like maybe I have a static var standard headers, which is it returns a type of string. And I could just say, what do we have? Set value this. Well, let me just grab this. I could just return. Whoops, I gotta switch them. And then this guy, authorization. I meant to make a closing one. There we go. There's your standard headers. So it just returns a dictionary that contains, whoops. Oh, I haven't heard that one in a while. Thank you very much, Anonymous, for that. Appreciate that. Okay, so I could say, request dot, I could say request dot headers. Hold on a second. Request dot headers. All header fields set value. Okay, we're gonna need to do we're gonna have to do like a for in for this. Is that a library you're using to access the Twitch API? Yes, indeed. Well, actually, yes, but no. We're making our library, Weiroo. We're making it. We're accessing the API client through your standard HTTP calls. The only way that it can work is if we have a valid access token, which we receive because of the app that I've made here on Twitch. So for the Twitch developers, I created in the console, I created an application called the Nutterfy client. I've got a client ID, and that's why this works, because I have to actually make some. Been wanting to make a library for Twitch. Weiroo, you should do it. Absolutely do it. Everyone's doing it. It's the latest rage. And what I'm doing right now is just kind of tinkering with it. CocoaType has actually built already an API client, and I know there's a lot of Swift streamers who have done that as well. We're working on their own projects for Twitch clients, so you should check them out. I believe Emerson Codes also has created a client, if I'm not mistaken. But for sure, I know CocoaType has, and maybe some others have. Does anyone know if CompileSwift has done it? Yours only does chat. Only does chat. You've got a pretty cool app going on, CocoaType. Don't be modest. Okay, so what I need to do here is I need to say, how about I say headers for each key value in. Then I could say request add value for HTTP header field key. There you go. And then we'll also maybe we'll also add standard headers. And then the same thing. There we go. Whoops. And then, okay, we forgot to add the query items. We're going to say, whoops. Oh, we already did that. We already did the query items up here. Create the URL, create the request, do the headers for the request. And then the only difference between this and, say, a post method would be changing the HTTP method to post, but then also adding like a HTTP body, which again, like for getters, I think you still can, right? I'm not mistaken. Responding to events like follows and subs and rewards and bits is way harder since you have to host it somewhere. Okay, yeah, that's the next level of what we want to do, and I definitely do want to do that. So I got some ideas, you guys. I got a lot of ideas, not a lot at a time. I think I slurred that last sentence, but that's okay. I was drinking diet caffeine-free Coke. 0 sugar, 0 caffeine, all taste. That's great. Not a sponsor. Then we say this. Let data equals try await session share data for request. Let wrapper equals try JSON decoder to code codable wrapper user. Oh, not user, T. Because remember, T is the decodable up here. So now this is a generic method, absolutely generic method with a getter, the get method. Say anything you want. Boom. Type T does not conform to a protocol and codable. Gosh dang it. Oh, I said decodable. Whoops a daisy. Codable. You want an in-home server setup, Ploppy? Yeah, I think I would want to do that too. I built a proof of concept for my April Fool's Day extravaganza, but it only barely held up for one stream. Did you have like bandwidth issues or is it like, did you hit like a limit rate? Is that what happened? Limit rate limit. Did you reach a limit break? Like in Final Fantasy VII? I just want my little tykes, Mr. Rulo triangles and tunes toy. AJ, I want it too. I gotta do it. It's on the back burner. I've got the URL. Got the URL ready. I just gotta do something with it. Just gotta make my plushies. Okay. So I think this is what we want, yeah? Here's our getter. Here's our get method. Boom. That's how you do it. Path, query items, headers, and that's what you get. I think the post would be similar, except for you just have to throw in data in there. You're just bad at Docker, Cocotype? Well, I'm terrible at Docker. They're not Dockers, they're just pants. Here's okay, so where can a get REST API include data? Requests using get should only be used to request data. They shouldn't include data. This is coming from developer.mozilla.org. Note, sending body/payload in a GET request may cause some existing implementations to reject the request. While not prohibited by the specification, the semantics are undefined. So what this is telling us is that, hey, if you are making an API and you are requesting that your clients include data in a GET request, that is not considered the protocol. It's a no-no. It's undefined behavior. So no, we don't include data in our get method. Hey, that's pretty nice. Okay. So let's take a look at and throw this for a spin. Let's get on in here and we say, hey, we're gonna make this a let constant. And we're gonna say we're gonna throw all this out. Throw all this out. Actually, I'm just gonna comment it out for safety. Now we can say return, try, await, get. Path URL string. Query items. Oh, forgot this one. Let's do this. Let query items equals. So I make this an array, just like that, and then my query items are query items. I can't type today. I built a Vapor app and then hosted it with Docker since Vapor makes that pretty easy, but then I had to run that on my server and then make sure that the URL routing was hooked up with the SSL service, and then I had to have my Mac app connect to that server, so there were 2 points of failure where something could go wrong. Oh, I see. So like the setup was a little complex, yeah? Okay, so get user now turns into 3 lines of code, which is way better than all of this stuff, yeah? And then if it throws, if there's an error in this, it's gonna throw that. Doesn't have to worry about it. So let's just see if that actually works, and then we'll delete the commented code if that's the case. Enter username. It's decided not to respond to my keyboard. What is happening here? It worked and Kynage was properly able to nearly kill me. Oh, so all is well that ends well. Oh, I see. It's like that, what's that movie where like the lady points a weapon into the phone receiver, and then the person on the other hand actually gets hit with the bullet. I forget what it was called. I wanted it to be something more and haven't made that happen yet. Hey, someday it'll happen. Okay, so this keyboard is working. So why is this not working? Let me love you, username. Okay. Well, in the absence of that, I'm just going to try this again. Except go to content view. There we go. Okay, preview paused. Here's the moment of truth to see if our API get method worked. Cannot preview in this file. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, it was just kidding. Just kidding, guys. Just kidding. There we go. And yes, that means it works. Perfect. Okay, so network service, get user, boom. We can take out all this stuff. You don't need it. Boom. 3 lines of code, your URL string, you get your query items in here, and then you use your get request. Shazam, and there's a get request. That's where all the stuff is happening. Now you don't have to type that 50 times. Sweet. Okay. What else can we do with this Twitch API? A whole lot, apparently. Let's take a look at the API itself. Let's look at the reference. We can start a commercial on a specified channel. I've never actually run ads on this channel, like never meant to. I know that they automatically do. But but I don't ever press that button that I know of. Analytics, get game analytics. Gets a URL that game developers can use to download analytics reports for their games. Gets a ranked list of bits leaderboard information for an authorized broadcaster. Oh, that's kind of cool. Cheer modes, retrieves a list of available cheer modes. Are available throughout Twitch and all bits enabled channels. Get channel information. You can actually create a custom reward. This must require more than just public info though, yeah? I'm guessing that some of this stuff I can't access from this app. That happens in Kung Fury, but I'm sure that's not the only movie that does that gag. Yeah, where did I see that? Someone shoots at the police office by calling in a firing gun to the phone. Yeah. That's the one that I was, that's the one I referenced. Is that in Kung Fury? I think that's in Kung Fury. Yeah. That's the one you're talking about? Brilliant. I was thinking it was something like Naked Gun, but I don't think that they would, I don't think they even show blood in Naked Gun, do they? By the way, I just saw a really funny video of Leslie Nielsen as in the Naked Gun in what game was it? It was what was it? I shared a link for there was a chance. Okay, now I gotta find it. Hold on a second. Oh, but I don't think you guys are gonna be able to hear the sound from this. I gotta figure out my Detroit Become Human. That's what it was. So okay, for all of you who want to see this, let me post it in chat. It's really funny. I can't. There's the link. There's a link for you. Anyway, we kind of veered off there just a little bit. That's okay. Let's go ahead and go back to. Oh, it's so funny. Okay. Let's go back to. That was this one. Okay. Let's see if connect to the broadcast session. Oh, we could get the chatters. That'd be kind of cool. Oh, it's in beta. Let's check it out. Get chatters. Funk. Get chatters. Okay. So this is going to be broadcaster. String. Moderator. This ID must match the user ID associated with the user access token. Oh, really? Okay. Very interesting. And I'm not sure exactly what we're going to get here. It's Okay. I'm trying to see. I want to hide something. It's being weird. Okay. Here we go. So here are the parameters. We got broadcaster ID, moderator ID, maximum number of items returned per page in the response. The cursor used to get the next page of results. The pagination object in the response contains the cursor's value. The response. Right back. Oh, okay. Color scheme just got messed up. Oh, golly. Every time. Okay, I'm just going to roll with it for a few minutes. The response body is going to be field data type object. Okay, so it's an array, which it was before. On the 25th of September, the official Laser Unicorns Instagram page confirmed that Kung Fury 2 had route filling. It is scheduled to release sometime in 2022. That is wonderful news. I love that film. Okay, so this is going to return the login name of a user that's connected to the broadcaster's chat room. The login name of a user that's connected to the broadcaster chat room. To get the user's ID and display name, use the get users endpoint. You can get the IDs associated with up to 100 login names. To determine whether a user is a mod or a VIP, use the get moderators and get VIPs endpoints. You can check the roles of up to 100 users after getting their IDs. So this just returns people in chat. And then after you get those login names, then you have to do further queries to say, hey, are you a VIP or are you a moderator or what? So let's just see what this does. I'm going to go back here and just see if I can get the response in like a curl request. Okay. 1 second. I need that filter. 1 second while I rearrange some stuff on my desktop here. Okay. I think we're good. It's still got that weird color though. Let me try deactivating this. And then I'll activate it again. 1, 2, 3, activate. Nope. Hold on. Hold on. I'm sick of the whatever's going on with the color information. I gotta fix it. I think I just had to reset our good pal capture card, and I think it's gonna be okay. But you know, these things happen sometimes. It's not a Nutterfy stream without technical difficulty. It works. Okay, so let's bring this back. And I'm gonna go off screen, and I'm gonna try getting the crow request using. Oh, you want to know something funny? The sample. I was scared that they were actually using my authorization token, and they're not. So I can actually show this this page on the screen. I was actually a little just a tad worried. Yes, please stand by. I did see that, Giphy. Thank you very much. So yeah, I was concerned that that it was making something. Wait, actually, let me bring this over here. Let me just double check. Now I'm all paranoid. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Network service. Okay, so I'm bringing this over here, and what I wanted to show you was this page. I'm getting rid of that. So yeah, there's this example request with like had some like stuff here that I thought was like my stuff. It's not my stuff. So whew, but I'm still gonna just kind of, because I have to, I got to do both sides here. Okay. What happened to the music? Yes. Hip, hip. Okay. Bro, what's up? Hello, hello. How you doing? Bro. Good to see you. What are you up to lately? How you been? You're just checking out Overwatch 2? Oh yeah? What are your what's the consensus? Oh, you want to know my thoughts? My thoughts. Well, feels a little like a lot of stuff's missing, to be honest. Yeah, you don't like the second tank loss? Yeah, I think a lot of people are feeling that. The 5v5 is definitely rough. Even if they allowed only like what? How would you deal with that? If you had 2 tanks, 1 DPS, 2 healers, or 2 tanks, 2 DPS, 1 healer, that'd be kind of rough. Are you liking Kiriko? Okay, that's cool. Yeah, she's kind of cool. I agree. I don't like the battle pass. I think that it's predatory. I think that they are. I think the prices that they put on there are insane. Somebody did the math and said that you'd have to play for like decades to be able to get all the rewards based on the what they used to cost in Overwatch 1. It's ridiculous. They're blatantly saying we want you to pay us money, which is fine to monetize your game, but it's predatory what they're doing. Yeah, you see how much it costs to get full upgrades in Diablo? Yeah, about 10 grand. Yeah, or no, was it 100 grand? There's a little over 10 grand for the Overwatch 2 stuff, but I think, yeah, it was like $100,000 in Diablo Immortal. I am not touching that game ever. You played 1 tank the other day and just murdered the entire team multiple times, and you want a 2nd tank? So that's Orisa, and she was the exception. She's freaking invincible. I feel so bad. I feel like I am not. I'm really. I still have hope for Diablo 4, but I'm worried. I'm worried about it, you guys. I don't know how it's gonna do. Just like in Overwatch 1, though, it's more fun to play with people that you know, right? It's more fun to play with friends. Very toxic in the random games that I've been in, so I've just turned off chat completely. According to the calculation of the hosts, the maximum upgrade with the help of gems will cost the player a staggering $110,000. Yeah, That's insanity to me. I don't understand how anybody can justify that. It's insane. It's crazy. Okay, let's see. All right, so I need to do a get for the chatters for my broadcaster ID. Oh, what is my broadcaster ID? It's a number. It's a number, isn't it? Okay, well let's figure this out. Now again, this is publicly available information, so I'm just gonna, you know, just gonna figure out what's going on here. I'm gonna do publicly available information in the user. We could even do this. We could go oh, I probably should. Here, let's comment this out. Let's look at the colors, and then state equals user. I'm gonna put a breakpoint right here, and I'm just gonna grab some stuff. You guys ready for this? So this is gonna be me, Mario. They should have cast me. Oh no! Here we go. User. Let's do a PO user. Pissed off user. Just kidding. Gonna throw me over here. Okay, this is all the information that comes with the user object. You guys ready for this? Here we go. Broadcaster type. Created at. Display name. My ID is this number. Poo user. Offline image URL. Profile image URL. And the type. And the view count. Hey, we're in the thousands. That's pretty cool. Hey, thanks everybody who's come by at least once. I appreciate you. All right, so this is the ID that we actually need, yeah? So this is the ID that we need to pass into, what is it? Network service into get chatters. The broadcaster, this actually has to be an ID. Okay, you ready for this? And then the moderator ID, which is me, the moderator. And this is gonna return something. I'm not sure what it is yet. So let's see. Let's see what happens. Throw and this error. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this. I'm going to try this. So this, but the broadcaster ID is, what am I? 134 134177549. Hey, with great power comes great responsibility. Oh, but couldn't we give access to our bot, like Nightbot? Couldn't I do this request on behalf of Nightbot? Couldn't that happen? Okay. Copy this. Whoops. No. Oh man, see, this is what I get for trying to edit inside the terminal. Not good. Not good. Hold on a second. I'm doing this stuff offline, or on the other screen. 100 equals this. Authorization. Client ID. Okay, that worked. And then, where is my token? Yes, there's my token. And then here. I'll just take 10 more seconds here and then I'll be able to get the output. I know this is riveting, folks. Unauthorized 401 missing user OAuth token. No, I'm not. The token's right there. What? 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 Only if you have a user token for Nightbot, and I don't think you can get that. Oh, I see. So it has to be my own. I'm just gonna try this. I'm gonna try what can we do? Ooh, what if we did this? What if we did this? We get the user, and then we also try await network service dot shared dot get chatters for the user dot ID. Moderator ID is user dot ID. There. So now what I'm doing is I'm just essentially saying, hey, get my user, and then I'm also going to try to get the chatters at the same time. And then I need to store that. Let chatters equals this. Yeah? Let's do that. You guys ready? Oh, this is going to be so cool. Isn't this incredibly fun? It is. Definitely is. Okay, let's go back here. And what do we get? We're going to get something. So we have to let the URL string equal base URL slash chat slash chatters. Chatters. I guess. Do I want to do it this way? So there's two different ways that I've done this before. I want to know your thoughts. Like, I could store all of my endpoints in like a single struct like this, where here are the different endpoints, and these are essentially string constants. Or you type the actual string content inside the get method, just like this. Yeah. What do you guys like to do? I kind of like doing it this way because then you don't have to worry about spelling mistakes. Lurk, thank you, bro. Okay, let URL string go with that. I don't think there's any query parameters. Yes, there is. Request query parameters. Yeah, let query items equal. Now it's going to be broadcaster ID. So it's essentially this: static let what. In this house, we capitalize our IDs. Okay, broadcaster ID. Twitch endpoint dot broadcaster ID value broadcaster ID. And then what else? We have one more, which is the moderator ID. Yeah. Same thing. So we're going to make another one over here. I'm going to squish this a little bit. This static let equals that. Oh, but here's the thing. These are actually query parameters. So like, should I stick them in the whole endpoint thing, or should I like put them in a separate struct? Oh, decisions. Okay. And then return try await get path query items. And that is it. Any object cannot be used as a type conforming to protocol decodable because decodable has static requirements. We're gonna have to actually oh man, we have to find out exactly what this type is. Okay, well, our hint is that the return values are going to be all of this. So I'm going to make another type that's containing all these parameters. The command line wasn't working for me. Like, it was telling me like I didn't have the authorization. So we're just gonna go in here and we're just gonna try to make it. You guys ready? Here we go. Model. So this is a user. Let's make another model. We're gonna call this a this is going to be a chatter response, because I don't know what to call it yet. Struct chatter response. Okay. And you, my friend, conform to decodable. That's not the right docs anymore? What? Am I not looking at the right one? You're looking at the one for channel rewards? Oh, shoot. Really? Oh, no. Really? Oh, dang it. What did I meant? I meant to do get... Thank you, CocoaType. Update chat settings. What? Chatters. This is it. Oh, you're right. That's what this is. Dang it. You're right. It's what happened when I resized the window. When I resized the window, it went nutso on me. Oh man. Okay, so this is going to be user login. Pagination contains the information used to page through the list of results. The object is empty if there are no more pages left to page through. So I'm not sure what this is. It's going to be chatter response. This is going to be, again, so this is how I create my response object. Okay, so the chatter response is going to be data, the list of users. But is data the same thing as codable data wrapper? In here, is that what this data is? It seems like that's what this is. The list of users. But then it also has some other stuff. It's the same as that generic wrapper. So does that generic wrapper contain the fields below it? User login, pagination, cursor, total? Or is it an actual list of users, like the user object? Chatter response only has user login. The other things are on the envelope. Oh, is that what this means? because it's indented like this. So it's just an array of strings. Oh, that was a little confusing to me. Okay, so this is just gonna be an array of strings, and then it's also gonna have some extra stuff outside of data. It's gonna have some metadata. The indent. Oh, I see. So then all we have to do is it's basically just string. But then in get, oh, but look at this. Look at this, folks. We're going about this the wrong way then. In my getter. Look at this. Return wrapper.data.first. So I'm only grabbing what's in data, and I'm grabbing the first object because, and that's bad. We don't want to do that. We want to return just everything, which means cannot convert a return expression of type an array of t to return type t. Insert as t. No. Oh no. An array of objects which have a single field user login, which is a string. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. 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 All right. An array of objects which have a single field user login. In which case, our chatter response is going to contain oh shoot, I'm gonna need to do a what is it again? Coding keys. Case user login equals user, like that, yeah? Enum case cannot have a raw value if the enum does not have a raw type. What am I doing wrong here? Oh, there's a struct. Struct coding keys. No? Am I doing this wrong? Enum coding keys, string coding key. Case user login. Okay, this is it, yeah? Here's our chatter response. User login, which is a string. Just like that. I think this is right. Yeah? Okay. I thought I done told you. Dang it, Bobby. Get chatters. It's going to return, I guess, a single chatter response only because right now get we forced the first. Yeah. Build failed. What happened? Distance method get requires that chatter response conform to encodable. Codable. I forgot. Codable is equal to encodable and decodable. Yes. Okay, this should work. Oh yeah. Okay, so but what happens if they're, I mean, I'm force unwrapping here. This is bad. I need to resolve this. I guess for here our get throws, and we could say an array of T, which we could do that, which then would mean I need to do that doesn't make sense though. Dot first. There. Cannot convert return expression of type T to return type user. Insert as user. Generic parameter T cannot be inferred. Okay, so if I'm using a generic input, and then I'm outputting an array of that generic term, this won't fly. Return, try, await, get, path, query items, dot first. Just put it, it's confused by the optional. Oh, but in this case, chatter response. But I need an array. So then in this case, if I do this, oh, what are you? We don't really want a chatter response. We want, this is what we want. Let response, chatter response, equals this. Equals try, await, get path, query items. But I want them all. I want them all. I want them all. And then I get to say return response dot map dot user. Those are the shrieking eels. Return response dot map 0 dot blah blah. Not user though. What's it called? Chatter response has user login, so it's the user login. So I'm actually returning an array of strings. I could go above and beyond in this endpoint, and I could actually do another await to do like a for each. We could actually do one of those asynchronous calls for in await and actually get the user objects for each of these chatters. But let's start small. Let's start with just an array of strings and see how we do. Is that okay with everybody? I don't even know if this is gonna work, so let's just try it. I'm probably gonna get. Let's just see. Let's go back to content view. Oh dear. Hey, playing with APIs can be really fun. Okay, so let chatters, which is an array of strings now, equal try await network service shared get chatters with my broadcaster ID is my user ID and my moderator ID is also my user ID. And this only works if I'm logged in as me and I get the correct token. And I am logged in as me. At least I think I am. So let's go. Here we go. Play. Play. You are the pan. Oh. Okay. Key not found. Oh no. Oh man. I'm pretty sure it's the user, or it's the get chatter's fault. Let's try this again. Just to make sure that we haven't killed anything. Yeah, we get our user back, and there we are. So it does not like the get chatters method. So what I want to try to do is I want to do this. I'm going to put a breakpoint here, and then I'm also going to put a breakpoint on the get. Let's just make sure that we're doing everything okay here. I'm throwing an invalid path here. Everything else, I have an idea. Why didn't I think of this before? All I needed to do was grab the data and get it as a string. Okay, here we go. Build again. Get cheddar method. Okay, cheddar or provolone? Go. 5. 661 bytes. This was for users. We'll let that go. And now it's for chatters. PO string data encoding .utf 8. Oops, UTF 8. Let's throw this somewhere else. There's another place to put this. Provolone 100%. Is this a hobby or do you use SwiftUI for your job? Hey, first time chatter. Welcome. Currently, my job is managing developers, but in a previous lifetime, I was doing this full time. So I'm trying to keep up with the latest trends. So it's more of a passion now than... It would be kind of cool if I could do this full time on my own, though. I would love to do that. Okay. PO this. How you doing today? Unauthorized. Missing user OAuth token. Okay, so clearly... Okay, let's look at the error message here. The error message says it's missing a user OAuth token. Now, we have an app OAuth token, but we don't have a user OAuth token. Okay, I see that now. Interesting. So, what headers am I sending? I am sending... Oh. What? What? I'm pretty sure the standard headers are here, right? Maybe not. Okay, let's try this again. Oh, I should have put a great breakpoint in there. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Okay, so client ID. There's that, and then I have headers for each. Wait. It's missing the user token. The CLI can generate one of those two headers. Is not standard headers. Well, I'm doing both, right? Like I'm saying this is always gonna exist in each of the get methods, because I'm calling this first. I'm saying standard headers for each, add those values, and then any additional headers that get put into the method, I'm also adding those too. The CLI can generate one of those too. Okay, so how do I generate an app or a user token? According to the client ID secret in the configuration. So Twitch token. Oh, that's a new one now. If I just keep on making them, this is an app access token. How do I get? Oh, Twitch token -u. Okay. Oh, and so once I did that, it asked me to log into Twitch. Very interesting. Okay. I don't like that it like immediately like does that. I kind of feel like I don't want to show all this. Very weird how that's happening. It might also help to get -s moderator read chatterators in there. Chatterators. Get the chatterators. Burninate in the countryside. Okay. So I'm going to log in. Welcome back. Enter the code found in your Authenticator app where you can request the code via SMS. Oh. Oh, then it said localhost refused to connect. But I did that, and did it show up in my terminal? Oh man, localhost is being lame. Why is localhost not working? Parameter redirect URI does not match registered URA and state equals some state property. Okay, I'm getting issues with localhost being lame. Okay. You mentioned that I should get the -s moderator read chatters in there as well. And by that you mean inside the standard headers? Is that what you meant? Like in here? Is it called, what is it called? Scope? Oh, you're, you mean in the CLI? Is that what you meant? Can I log in the terminal? Because I've already logged in. So why does it require me to like do a browser whatever? It's kind of weird. I had to wander off for a second. I think I only half know what you're asking, but the scope arg should go on the CLI. Oh, I see. Okay. So Twitch token -u -s moderator read chatters. And it throws it again into a browser, and then it says localhost refused to connect. Sag. Why would my local host refuse to connect? Details. Check your internet connection. Check any cables and reboot any routers, modems, or other network device you may be using. If you use a proxy server, check your proxy settings or contact your network admin to make sure the proxy server is working. I'm not using a proxy server. Could it be like this logged in user on my machine's admin settings that's preventing localhost from working, or is it something else? My local host is not running. Likely due to a misconfigured port. 5 ways to fix it. You'll need to look at the listen directive in the httpd.conf file and make sure it's correctly set. It wasn't a, yeah, it was a connection refused. Yeah. So how do I open the httpd.conf file? Disable the firewall? Is that what I need to do? Do I need to try turning off my firewall? Well, it shouldn't be anything like that. The server should be being hosted by the CLI itself. Well, what happens when it's not? If it makes any difference, Twitch version, the Twitch CLI version is 1.1.6. httpd.conf is way off track. Oh, well, that sucks. Brown, brown. I'm on 115 and it's working for me. I wonder if there's like a... Okay, where's my config file? -- config Twitch -- config. Okay. It's right there. What if I... Okay, I found the environment file. Okay, and so it says the client secret, says the access token, refresh token equals blank, token scopes equals something, token expiration equals some date time, client ID equals that, and then yeah, so like there's nothing else in there that would indicate. Some genius dev added that to the Twitch CLI when he wanted to know where that file was stored. Yeah, so I'm taking a look at the file right now, and all that's in there is client secret, access token, refresh token, token scopes. And the token scopes is empty. So this is what shows up in that environment file. It's got my client secret. It's got my access token. It has a blank refresh token. Can I? It has the token scopes, which are blank. It's an empty array. So maybe that's the reason. I need to do... When I create my app token, maybe I also need to do token scopes rather than doing user token. Maybe that would work. We could try that. Let's try that. Okay, so I'm going to go back over here on my other monitor. I'm going to go Twitch token -s. What was it again? Moderator read chatters. Okay, so that now I've got one, and let's that didn't change the token scopes. Okay, but let me just try and fix that again over here. And see if that did anything. Okay. I don't know if that'll do anything, but we'll try. If it doesn't work, then we'll just have to try another endpoint. But essentially, that's all we're doing here. So my key is authorization. And then I also have client ID. And we do that. Here's our data. Oh, this is for the user. So that's going to work already. We already know that. Boom, boom. Data equals 74 bytes. That sounds like an error to me. Encoding.utf-8. Yeah, it's not working. Okay. Well, that's weird that it's not working. Oh, you found it. What did you find? Show me. Please. To get consent, you must set the redirect URL to HTTP localhost 3000. I love you 3000, CocoaType. Okay, let's try this again. Hey, this looks actually better. This seems legit. Yeah, so you have to go into your dev console and change the URL. I went into my my dev console, I changed the URL, and now to 3000, and now I'm getting this, which wasn't there before. And this says, hey, notify client wants to access your account. Clicking authorize below will allow the client to read the list of chatters in channels where you have the moderator role. Okay. Only click authorize if you trust my client. So I'm authorizing. And what happened? Now it says feel free to close this browser window. And what happened? Oh, my command line actually did spit something back out now. So it gave me a refresh token and it expires. Okay, and the scope says moderator read chatters. Thank you so much, CocoaType. Hey, everybody, if you haven't been to CocoaType's stream, you should go check out CocoaType, who literally knows everything there is to know about, apparently, the Twitch CLI, but also has some very awesome streams. Also a Swift developer, a Mac developer extraordinaire. Please go visit them and give them a follow. Okay. I think that'll work now. So I'm going to go ahead and one last time, I'm going to change my my secret here. And it says user access token. And it also gave me a refresh token. So that's kind of cool. Interesting. So what I'm going to need to do is probably modify our network layer to handle automatic token refresh, I'm guessing. As of last night, I'm now a Mac OS developer and a Mac OS developer. I should start streaming just to get CocoaType to help me. Yeah, you should, Ploppy. That's the secret. Absolutely. Okay, let's try this. What I need is a static let refresh token as well. I'm gonna throw that in here. And terminal is that. Okay, I've captured all of this. I've got my token. I've got my client ID. I've got my refresh token. Now, clearly, we're going to need to create an auth layer that actually handles all of this for us. So like the app is going to need to essentially do that. Wait for the user to respond by like going to the browser and clicking accept, and then somehow getting that back to our app. Am I on the right track there, CocoaType? Okay, now that we have done that in the command line, again, apologies, but essentially it's just, I'd like to sanitize it. But essentially, in the command line, I typed this. Let's go back to, in the command line, in order for me to actually get this token, what I was doing, I was using the Twitch CLI, and I just said, Twitch, wait, what, why? Twitch, what was it? Twitch token u.s moderator read chatters. And then what it did was it opened up a prompt in my browser to saying, hey, do you trust this? I said yes. And then it went to then the tab refreshed and said you can close this tab now. And as a result, I got the response was user access token, and then whatever it is, and then the refresh token. It looked like this refresh token, and then this, and then expires at. Now this is safe, and scopes. So that's what shows up in the response, and so then I basically copied this access token. I put that in my secrets constants. I copied the refresh token. I put that in my there, and so now hopefully if we start, we can actually get somewhere. Ready? It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. This will be fun. If we can get this to work, then okay, so we've got that. Let's just do that. Boom, and then boom. What does our data look like? 499 bytes. Oh, here we go. So let's do this. PO. I think it worked, guys. I think it worked. PO string data encoding .utf8 exclamation. There we go. We have an array of user logins. So here's everybody inside here. Let's you go over here. Let's pretty print JSON this. Okay, I'm going to put that in here. Text edit. And I need to do a find and replace. Edit, find and replace. Find the backslash and replace it with nothing. So replace all, good. And pretty print JSON. Make pretty. Wait, what? What? I thought it took away all those guys. Done. Select all, copy, select all, paste. Oh, there we go. Parse error on line 1, expecting end of file got undefined. Oh, what? Oh, do I just need to get rid of these quotes? Make it pretty. Here we go. Boom. And so this is what we get. So this actually returns usernames, not the IDs, the numeric ID. Show yourselves. You can see all the lurkers. No, you don't have to. In fact, I apologize if you're feeling like you're called out. I'm not. Don't worry about it. I'm just trying to know like who's in here. Anybody can find out by clicking on the on the button and seeing the chatters. I'm not gonna I don't want lurkers to feel like they have to respond. It's just a joke, of course. I've been discovered. Question source. So that's what it looks like. So it's just the usernames. So again, if I go back to how you doing? Good to see you. So it's just going to be an array of this, and what we have is we go back to our chatter response. It's just user login string. So the chatter response is going to be a string value. This should be sufficient, which means as soon as we go back here, it should. Let's go back to bring it back up. I'm going to let wrapper. It goes that. Yeah, it works. Return wrapper.data. So that responds 16 values. Good. So we got 16 in there. Just hanging out. Good. Glad you're hanging out with us. Happy weekend to you. And then we just grab in this map function, we just grab each value user login property, which then hopefully returns a string. We click play. Oh, I always forget, like if you put a breakpoint like right on the line that's like doing like a map or a filter, it'll just keep on breaking for like everything that it iterates over. So I got to take that out. Now chatters, 16 values, string. We did it. We did it, folks. There it is. And success. Okay. So let's make another UI element. Hey, look at us. Look at us. Profile pic. Thank you, Cocotype, for the cheer. Oh man, that took some time. But we finally got our user token, which we need in order to give this client app access to our data as moderator. Again, this won't work for channels that I'm not a moderator of. So we could actually get an error. Let me show that actually in action. So like, let's say if I'm gonna go to Cocotype's channel, and I'm gonna do this. See, it goes into the error state because I am not a moderator on his channel. I'm not asking to be a moderator, Cocotype. I'm just using this as an example. Honestly, big shout out to the moderators, wherever you are, whatever channel you may be moderator of. I know it is many times a thankless job, and we appreciate you as streamers, even if we don't say it enough. That was the absolute perfect example of what I said to Ploppy earlier, though. The API was straightforward. What took you forever was the auth. Truth. Truth. So there it is. There it is, folks. So you'll only get so we could probably modify this to have different states depending on what we're trying to accomplish. So rather than having like an error state entirely, well, actually, hold on a second. Hold on a second. We could break this up into smaller subviews, right? Like we could have like an error state for a view that is only in charge of showing with the user. We could have another view with a state that's in charge of retrieving the channel's current viewers, and we can box those together in a container view and have the user show fine for the case. If you're not a moderator, just show an empty view. Yeah? I just made you a moderator. See what happens now? Oh, wow. Okay, here we go. Let's try this. That's all it took, huh? Wow. First time. Oh, we got an error still. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You need to have different values for broadcaster ID and user ID, though. Oh, yeah. So here's what we need to do. We need to store the currently logged in user. Kind of like if anybody's ever used Firebase before and you've got, Firebase dot current user, you've got that user object. We probably need something similar for this, don't we? Yeah. That's right. Okay, let's go back here. And then just use the return value for the broadcaster ID. Okay, so let's do that. And PO user.id. I'm just gonna hard code that, yeah. Okay, let's try this again. You guys having fun? I'm having fun. Okay, that works. Now, That Onion, what's up? How you doing? So much fun coding alongside you right now. Oh, Ploppy, I'm so happy to hear that. This is pair programming. All right. So here's a to-do. What we need to do is we need a currently logged in user. So we currently get this. But the only reason why this works is because we have our secret. So what we need is some mechanism to log in. You just woke up? Nice. Doing well. I was feeling a little tired before I started, and I wasn't sure how long I'd be on tonight, but man, I feel reinvigorated. So this is great. So here's what I'm thinking. So there's your standard user object. But here, if we have authenticated user, here's our authenticated user, and struct authenticated user. I guess we could call it decodable. Codable. And the user object is just going to be a user. And so we would need to, so basically we need to go through a login process. When this app starts, it is able to store the credentials somehow, like one would do with, Firebase or whatever. I often feel tired and burnt out before streams, but doing them almost always makes me feel way better once I start. I feel the same way, Cocotype. I think I thrive on just exploring fun new topics, and then of course, you guys in chat are always awesome. I really appreciate you. It definitely makes my day. So shout out to everybody. Pat yourselves on the back. I'm doing this for my own benefit. No, I hope it's fun though. So this is what we want, right? Like what we want to do is we want to say, we need a mechanism to log in a user and store these credentials so that we have a token and a refresh token if the other token expires. Okay. And then this way, like whatever user we have, we'll know if the user is a moderator once we retrieve other information through like other API calls, right? So like if I get my user, or I'm logged in as a user, then I can I can say, hey, are you a moderator? And it returns a list of moderated channels, I'm guessing. 100 lines of code / Coke off the wall. Take one down, pass it around. I do a line of Coke before learning how to. What about one of these instead? Same great taste. But I don't know. Is there even a taste? I don't know. 0 sugar, 0 caffeine. None of the side effects, except feeling sadness that you don't actually get to drink real sugar. I've heard it said that like artificial sweeteners are actually worse for your health than regular sugar. Is that the case? Like all the time? No taste buds in your nasal passage? That's true. Everything in balance. Oh golly. Okay, hold on a second. I'll be right back, you guys. Give me a few seconds, okay? A few minutes. All right, we're back. I just saw that question horse. That's hilarious. We gave him the idea. I'm gonna be ready to print Hello World now. Yeah, like 100,000 times. Yeah. Wait, is this height? Is this it? Is it the itching like on the? Is that how it goes? This is just sleep deprivation. It pretty much is. Last night I was up till 3 a.m. Why? I was playing video games. That's probably why I was feeling so tired. I was like, I really should be going to bed, but I don't want to. And I paid the price for it. You know, when you're over 40 and you feel like you can do an all-nighter just playing video games. Yeah, real life tip. That doesn't work so well anymore. And I never learn. But, you know, that's the way it goes. Coco, you've had too much. I can stop anytime. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna modify our content view so that we can show the list of users in our channel if we are a moderator of said channel. And if we're not a moderator of said channel, we could either hide it or we could show an error message to basically say, hey, we can have different types of errors that we get thrown in our app. But it shouldn't prevent us from accessing the information that we do have access to. All-nighter becomes all mistake. Yeah, it does. Okay, so oh man, this reminds me of a time where so I was my first job out of school, right? Like I wasn't always in software. Like I joined an R&D company. I built acoustic sensors essentially. I remember where one day I was given lead of a project, and it was a very small project, client, but they basically gave me the lead. I'd been there a few years, and they're like, okay, we think you can handle basically doing program management on this. But you're also going to be the developer on it. I'm like, oh, okay. And I got so psyched out for this presentation that was due. It was an on-site. I had to go there and I had to basically present the software. I was building software. Caveat. This was what was it? It was like using an what was it? MS Access front end with like a MATLAB. I know. Hey, the background's in physics, okay? They didn't teach us anything remotely related to computing. Like MATLAB was like the language of choice for us to figure out how to do charts and graphs and stuff. But all the DSP classes I took and all that kind of stuff kind of gave me a little bit of an intro into okay, this is how to convert some time signal to a spectrum, frequency array, all that kind of stuff. Okay, yeah. The software, the deliverable was very indicative of an R&D company. This isn't like production ready, shelf, okay. So just okay. Anyway, that's beside the point. It was just me presenting to this team, and I stayed up all night at the office just trying to make sure that everything was running smoothly. I drank 4 Mountain Dews that night to try to stay awake, and I felt so disgusting. And I didn't sleep. I stayed at the office all night, pulled the all-nighter. This was when I was mid-20s. Not the 1920s, my 20s. And it sucked. I could feel it too. But I did it. We won an extension to the project. So big success. And that kind of actually was turning the wheels on I think I really want to do this as a career. And then like, the iPhone had just coming out. And so I was like tinkering with that and everything, and the rest is history. But, oh man, that was a decidedly poor decision on my part to like do that. I mean, even though like the outcome was good, I don't think I should have done that. It was not good for me. There's no way I could do that now, 20 years later. No way, no way, no way. I say 20 years, the iPhone hasn't been out 20 years, so it must have been less than that. 10, 12 years ago. Which means late 20s. I mean, I was sleep deprived as opposed to having too much. We can all be sleep deprived. Hey, at least you didn't use Excel as a database. That is true. I did not use Excel as a database. I was ready to experience that back then and learn from it. Oh yeah, like one thing that I learned. This was a hard lesson to learn, but I think you can only learn it when you are in the middle of it. So people will warn you, like, don't set boundaries. Do set boundaries for work-life balance. It's very difficult to do that when it's your first job out of school, and it's easy to be taken advantage of. And I see this happen a lot because you got young enthusiastic workers who want to make a great impression, and they overextend themselves and they burn out, and it's sad. I've seen it happen. It almost happened to me. I think it took a career change for me to actually kind of get out of that funk. It was a very toxic work environment, and I appreciate the lessons that I learned there, but holy smoke, what I learned not to do is how to be an authoritarian manager who rules by fear and belittling your direct reports. I learned that by watching and experiencing it from a manager, and I can tell you that that may have worked in the 50s. But yeah. Anyway, I struggle with that so much I don't bring work to home, but because I do what I love for work, I extend myself, and my hobbies become just an extension of my work. I feel that too. Yeah, it absolutely is true. It's hard to do. It's hard to separate that. And if it affects your social life, your family life, sometimes it's hard. You have to take a step back and just think about, your priorities. Because yeah, coding, it's so fun. Building things is fun. Being a creator, it's fun. It's fulfilling. It's stimulating. But if it's at the expense of the other facets of your life, then yeah, like someone said earlier in the chat, moderation. Okay, where were we? We were talking about, let's see, we had our chatter response. We found out that this works. We have our user, and we now have our authenticated user, which we're gonna need to figure this out eventually. But I think this will be a great thing to tackle, because it'll help us learn kind of a bare bones solution. I'm sure there's already solutions out there, of course, for dealing with this. And I'll probably have to do a little bit more reading up on it. But what we're going to do is, with this content view, we're going to actually break things up into a user view, like a user. Yeah, we're basically going to call it a user view. So let's go ahead and build a new group. This group is going to be view. Hey, real talk. Do you pluralize your groups? Do you say views, models, or just view model? Inquiring minds want to know. I want to know. SwiftUI view. This is a user view. Plural. Okay, let's think about this. I'm thinking we're gonna probably want an environment variable. Yeah, this is SwiftUI after all. So maybe for this content view, we're gonna create some sort of app state that we can pass around to our other views. Organizing by type is an anti-pattern. Well, Cocotype. Shots fired. You don't have directories for views and models, or do you do it by feature? Literally all my projects are like this. View and model, and then whatever, services. I do it by feature. That's a really smart way to do it. Okay, so let's see. Maybe our authenticated user could be. Let's make another Swift file. And we're gonna call this. Oh, what's a good name? App state. Wait, is that a keyword? I code in JavaScript, so I laugh at types. Fair enough. Fair enough. Let's just call it repository, I guess. I think I have to import combine, yeah? So this is where and we're just gonna do something here where we're just gonna basically I'm gonna have to cheat a little bit. Hope you'll permit me, because I don't know exactly how I'm going to do this. How do I get the current user? Wait a second. Can I do that with, does the API allow me to do that? I guess we should find out. Let's find out. Get banned users. That's why when I write JavaScript, I just write it all minified already by hand in a single file. Can you use app storage or whatever it is? Yeah, you could do that for, isn't app storage essentially user defaults? I think app storage links to user defaults, if I'm not mistaken. Ban user, unban user, check user subscription, get users, update user, block user active extensions. I don't think. How do you get it? How do you get a? That's weird. Wait a second. If you have an app token, if you have a client ID, if you've got the client ID and you have where is the auth? Where is the auth? Where is it? I don't think it's here. While I is less than users, send ban users. Man. I think didn't somebody I listened to recently, didn't they accidentally do that? They accidentally banned a user that had just they had just like rated them, or they had just like subbed to them, and they responded by accidentally banning them right afterwards. That's funny. Event sub authentication. Passing the access token to the API. Tokens don't last forever. Validating tokens for third-party apps. Getting OAuth tokens. Validating tokens. Revoking access tokens. Okay, all these things. Getting OAuth tokens. Okay. Use this flow if you're okay. This is what we need. Twitch API event sub is but. It's but. Is that right? That onion. I'm very interested in learning more about this. It's but. So event sub is but. Okay. Well, let's steer clear. Implicit grant flow. To get a user access token, navigate a user to this using the following query parameters appropriate for an app. This can be done via your application control logic or by adding an HTML hyperlink for a user to click if your service has a website. The following URI is an example of the URI that you'll navigate to in your web browser control. Okay, but what if it's not a web browser? What if it's an app? That's the thing I was talking about being fragile earlier. I agree. But, let's see. If the user authorizes your application by clicking authorize, the server sends the access token to your redirect URI in the fragment portion of the URI. But I'm using localhost 3000. How do I get that back in my app? Do I need to do I need a web view in the app? Is that what I need? Ew. Is that what I need? Gross. Authorization code grant flow. This meant for apps that use a server, can securely store a client secret, and can make server-to-server requests. What if I just want... Okay. We're going to deal with this later. But the first thing, so I know that there is a way to do it, and we will do that, but for now I'm just going to hard code this. I hope you'll permit me. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get my user stuff. PO user. And I'm just what I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to hard code this into our authenticated user as like a demo static property, because I've already got the token and the refresh token like hard coded in the app, right? We're gonna have to fix that. Use AS web authentication session. Okay. All right. Okay. I'll look into that. Why can't I just create an event sub with my access token and or my credentials against their HTTP service? You'll have to wrap it for Swift UI though. Okay. That sounds like something we're going to need to deal with later. For now, let's just stub this out using my stuff here. You guys ready for this? Bam 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 bam. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I know how we're going to do this. Check it out. We're going to we're gonna fake it. You ready? Where did my repository go? Okay. Get current user, async, task, API, or no. Network service, doobie-doo, shared, get user. There we go. Await, current user equals await, try, await. There. I know it's... Okay. Connect to a WebSocket server, send auth, receive events. Work dumb, not smart. They already have a system that works exactly how I'd want event sub to work, but you can't use it for event sub. Uh-oh. Like you can with chat. Okay. So here we go. Get current user. Maybe we create a function called configure. And this is just going to await get current user. Yeah. So maybe during my init, I would do that. Oh, you can't do async on initialization, can you? Yeah, you can't do that. Wait, is there an async initialization? I guess there is. Well, there you go. We can have async inits. You heard it here first. Here's my asynchronous initialization. I configure, I get my current user, and Shazam, and we're ready to go. So what we're going to do is, this is a class, it's a repository, observable object, got its current user, and then what? What else are we going to ask for? Maybe, well, we haven't gotten there yet. That's okay. Here's our repository, and what I'm going to do is in my alpha app, I'm going to create an environment object. I'm going to call it app data equals repository. Boom, there it is. And then is this how you do it? Environment object app data. I think that's how you do it, yeah? Argument passed to call that takes no arguments. Expected var keyword. Oh, whoops. Var data. Async in it. Sounds a bit backwards, don't it? It's like, this is defined, right? Argument passed to call that takes no arguments. Generic parameter object type could not be inferred. Does this not work? Am I not doing this correctly? The property wrapper type for an observable object supplied by parent answers brew. Increase environment object. Oh, maybe because it's async, I'm not allowed to? You can't do that? But why? It's okay. This is fine. We'll just do it this way. And then we'll do the async configure later. So environment object app data. Maybe we'll do a task here and we'll say app data dot configure. Does that work? I don't think you can call asynchronous at the class level like that. Argument passed to call that takes no arguments. Generic parameter object type cannot be inferred. What's going on here? Oh, I think you just call it state object, right? And then you pass that as an environment object view modifier. Is that what we do? So instead, I just say state object. Value type window group has no member task. Oh, well then, do I just do this? There we go. Okay. You can do it in that wrapper class as initializer, but that makes that init async. It just spreads. Oh shoot. Okay, that's what's happening. Okay, so here's what we did. Here is how we've generated our repository at the top level of our app. This is our app file. We say, okay, content view. You now get the environment object app data, which is repository. And then the first time that content view loads, we're going to say, hey, configure your app data. Does that sound good? Okay. Now we go to content view. And now that we have, now that we got this, now we get to deal with how we're going to separate into the user view and the current chatters view. Got to head out, Cocotype. Hey, you get your beauty sleep. You take care of yourself. Thank you so much for your help today. I really appreciate it. Yeah, stay safe. Have a good night. Don't dream of event sub. Yeah, don't do that. All right, so here's what we're going to do. What I need to do is I need to throw all this stuff into, I guess it's got to be, so all this stuff is going to be, oh, this is my body though. My body. I will tend to remain safe between my couch and my bed. Hey, you know, most accidents occur within 1 mile of your home. So I guess that technically counts. I can't guarantee the cats won't try to rip me to death though. Those cats are not to be trusted. You take care of yourself. Don't let those cats get you. All right, so I think we can keep the enter username as part of our content view, and then have maybe the user view take a binding to user, which makes sense, yeah? So maybe in our user view, what we're going to do is we're going to have a binding. Now, it doesn't make sense to have an optional user in a user view. Yeah. So what we need to do is, let's just do constant, and we're going to say, oh, shoot. Dang it, Bobby. So just doing just making a what am I doing? Okay. Oh, that's for the preview. I guess we didn't even actually need that. But do y'all delete your preview as provider things at the end of your files, or do you like to keep them? Here we go. Boom. All this down here. Here we go. This is now going to be in our user view. In a VStack. There we go. I don't even know what a preview is. That onion. A preview in SwiftUI allows you to see what a view looks like without having to launch a simulator. It's kind of like if you're familiar with the interface builder storyboards when you're programming in UIKit. And you can actually see what it'll look like, and this is what it looks like. So this is the current user view using some hard-coded data, which is me, Krusty the Clown, and it basically shows like what the user view is going to look like. You can kind of make some tweaks here and there, and that's kind of fun. And so, for example, my profile picture, maybe I want to have a border, because I don't have a border right now. And so maybe what I do is async frame, and then I'm going to add a border, and maybe it'll be or a background, but for now we'll just do a border like that. Hard-coded nut. Yes, indeed. Jesse7777, thank you for the follow. How you doing today? Welcome to the stream. We're playing around with the Twitch client API right now, and we're kind of just making some fun stuff. Just kind of getting an idea for what kind of stuff we can show, and building out our network layer today. Among other things, making a view and all that fun stuff. So there is that. Now I feel like this probably could also use, well, does it really need a spacer though? Maybe not, because maybe the spacer can be, yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question. What we could also provide is maybe a link that could open a URL, which that would be kind of fun. But let's not worry about that right now. There's our user view. And so we've actually, we're doing a separation concerns here on the view layer. We have a binding to the user. If the user changes, then that user view will also change. So you ready for this? So now I just say, user view, user. And this should work, except ruh-roh. Cannot find $user in scope. Okay. So that's interesting. Maybe we'll just say let u equals binding to user. But binding user. And then we'll do that. Maybe we do that. Maybe we could just do that. Does that work? Nope. No exact matches and call it initializer. How do I do a binding in place? It's let u equals user. And then can I do that? Cannot find $u in scope. But it's right here. I just made it. How about a color based on the most dominant color in the profile image? Oh, ooh, I like that idea. Let's get AI in there for marketing. Do it. That's left as an exercise to the viewer, that onion. Cannot find $u in scope. Okay. I know that there's a way to instantiate a binding of something. I've done it before. I want to say binding property wrapper type that can read from the value of another binding. Binding of user. Yeah? Greater than is not a postfix unary operator. Can I? It's right here. Let equals user. Let binding equals binding of you. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. What is this? Okay, now let's think about this for just a second. This view is calling the network service, but we've put a repository in place so that they shouldn't have to worry about querying the network. They should just worry about the repository's user of, right? So this kind of stuff could probably be pushed back into our repository layer so that all they have to do is listen. So again, we do environment object app state repository. Then we can just be like, so the user state's not going to be now. Yeah, okay. Now this could be defined in the repository as well. And yeah, that way I could bind to the repository's current user. Not current user, but like queried user. So for example, if we go back to our repo and we say published var queried user, and then we're going to do a bunch of function calls to get user ID string async, and then it'll do the thing with the network service, and then it will populate queried user if it exists. So let's do that. So I'm throwing, so all this stuff that used to be in the view layer that's calling the network service, we know that works, but we don't want that to happen in here anymore. This get user needs to be in repository instead. Login name ID. And then we don't need to do chatters here. Not here so much, but right here. And maybe this is a user state now. So like if we go back to the content view and we say, there's really no reason to like have different states for the queried user in this view. I mean, maybe there is, but if we're using an environment object that stores maybe a list of users that was previously queried, so they don't have to make a network call all the time, they can just use like a store, a data store in there instead. So I'm thinking we do this. Go back to repository, and now I can be like user state, private var queried user state. Then I just do this for all unknown attribute state. Oh, because it's a publish now. And then we could do the same thing for our, no, not private. I guess we could do private set. We could force that no outside clients can actually modify this value. So that's what private set does. So current user is user state equals dot idle. And then configure get current user task current user equals try this. And then essentially, well, this is what we'll do. Task current user equals dot loading. And then later we say current user equals, well, hold on a second. Let user equals, I'm gonna do a do let then I say current user equals dot user. And then catch, I'm running out of parentheses here. What's happening? Current user equals dot error. There we go. So now type user has no member loading. Yes, it does. It's a user state. It's dot loading. What do you mean you don't agree with me, compiler? It might be because I also have errors in my other code. But essentially, yeah, what we're doing here is we're keeping data persistence in the repository, and it's published, which means the views, they're just like, oh, I don't know. Oh, you've got a user, great. Let's view it. So there we go. Type user has no member loading. But see, you are not. Oh, this is why. I knew there was something wrong. Build failed. Okay. Get user. Try await. Let chatters. And so now we get to say queried user equals user. And then queried user equals dot error. Queried user equals dot loading. Okay. So we get our current user. So our currently logged in user, our authenticated user is this. Any user that we happen to be asking about happens in this method. So let's add some documentation to the header. Let's be kind to ourselves because let's face it, I probably won't get back to this project for another 6 months. Just kidding. Or am I? When did we last start this? This was back in June. Okay, yeah, that tracks. 4 months. Almost 4 months. Yeah, that's okay. Cannot find get user. So here's what we're gonna say. Await repository. Oh, sorry. App state. I'm naming them different things for I'm not sure what reason. Await get user, and the ID is going to be user input. There we go. So now the app state. The repository is involved with that. We don't know if it's grabbing it from a storage or if we're pinging the network. The nice thing is that the view doesn't know and doesn't care. Is that queried user like an object and equals dot something adds to it? It's essentially an enum, and we're using associated variables. Associated, yeah. Associated variables, and that is, okay, where is it again? Where did I throw it? So I've created an enum called user state. There's a bunch of different states of getting a user. Either we have nothing and we're just sitting idle. We're loading, we're trying to get a user. We achieved getting the user, And this is the associated value right here inside those parentheses. It's of type user. If there's any failure for any reason, then we're going to capture that in an error parameter. And so what I have is I've got two published properties that are both of type user state. They both start out as idle, which means there's nothing to do. And I have something called the queried user, which is the user that the app user asks about in the text field. And then the current user happens to be the currently logged in user. So let's make sure that we keep track of that there. The currently logged in user, the queried user. Okay. So when we configure, this loads the current user if authenticated. So when I get a current user, I set that user state to loading to indicate that we're trying to fetch data. What this does is because it's a published property, the views know, oh, something's happening, and you can do a switch on the user state. If it's loading, then I could show a progress view. If it's ready, I can be like, oh, let's build our user view. And if there's an error, we can throw the appropriate, display the appropriate error. So, and I'm doing that outside of the view layer. Some people see this as like the model view pattern or the model view model pattern, MVVM. MVP has something similar. That's essentially taking the view outside of having to deal with all those details. So that's what we're doing here. Now back to, okay, switch. Now here's the deal. This vertical stack is going to be maybe I'm going to make a user container view. Let's just say this is the user container. Now that I wonder about this, maybe I just it might be easier to just pass the entire published property into the user view. You know what I'm saying? So like in this user view, like you see how we have the binding var user, but if instead we pass in a user state, which is which happens to be a repository like that, we could do the switch inside here. I've never thought of that, but I didn't ever have a clear loading state either. It depends on the use case. Sometimes it makes sense to have a loading mechanism. Sometimes the data is just there, that you know the data is there. But there is going to be some time between fetching the data and having it in return. And if you are using asynchronous methods, then you probably will need some sort of a filler view for that. Yeah. I'm thinking like if I make this user state here and then I just do the switch inside here, then the content view doesn't really need to worry about it. So if we localize the switch here instead, maybe that'll, yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of torn. This could either be in here, or if you want your user view to be pure, to only show when a user exists, then we do that. Yeah. I think that the reason why it's a little bit more difficult in my case is because I'm actually performing a binding on an enum with associated values. So it does get kind of weird there, doesn't it? So you could extend the user's view after some data is loaded in the background. Yeah, exactly. So maybe I could show my user view to be something fun, maybe the top level doesn't care about that. In which case, it's good to do to localize that logic inside a user view. I think I'm going to go with that approach. So let's do that. We're going to user view, and it's going to do $ app state dot current user, just like that. So this is where the binding current user setter is inaccessible. It has to be. It can't be private set. You guys see that? The binding doesn't allow me to do this. Really? Well, that's kind of interesting. So this is fine now. Jump to definition. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Let's just go back to the user view. And now in my body, case user, then we do then we'll do I call this something else. User state. There we go. That's better. Just that we're not confusing ourselves between the actual user and the state of that user. User state. There we go. Okay, so now we've got user view, user state. There we go. Build succeeded. Okay, finally. Whew, wow, that took some time. You guys still with me? Okay. Always fascinated by your style, just deleting a big block of code without remorse. Hey, this is the wild, wild west. No, I know I'm a little cavalier with this sometimes if I get going, but usually only if I know that I immediately want to put it somewhere else. Okay, so it works. So what we've done is our function content. I'm gonna actually throw this down here below the body. Yes. There we go. Okay, so what we normally see when we create a view is we have our bindings, we have our state properties or whatever, and then we have our var body sum view, and then I like to put everything else underneath. So this content with user returns some view, and that's all this stuff. Okay, so we've localized. Again, this view doesn't make any network calls. It just waits to see what the next user state is. Yeah. I think you're cutting the code and moving it elsewhere, but before pasting it into a new location, you start programming the new code in its place. I've developed some bad habits. Let's just say. Yes, that is true. Okay. So now in our content view, all we have is we have a text field to enter the username, and when the user submits, we say, "Hey, AppState, get the user." AppState's like, "Okay," and then we're just kind of chilling, and the user view is either going to have a user state of idle, which means it shows nothing, or it's going to have I guess let's see what it has. This should be interesting. Can't preview in this file because we failed for some reason. Okay. I don't know if I trust that. Well, let's see. Whew. Just a little bit of time left. I honestly didn't think I'd make it that long tonight. But we've gotten pretty far with this. Can't preview. Let's find out what the issue is. Twitch client alpha may have crashed. Oh, the operation couldn't be completed. Oh, well that's a bummer. Let's see if it actually builds. Let's try building. Maybe it'll build for us and it'll be happy. Okay, so here is our current user view. You can see the progress view. It's animating. It's very small. Let's see if we can zoom in here. It won't get any bigger. Uh-oh. Okay, so it's very difficult to see, but it is. It like resizes. So you can see it, right? You can see that progress bar going. Oh, what's going on? That's a nice square. I thank you very much. Thank you. So now, as soon as we type in our wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Oh, it's current user. It should be queried user. My mistake. I made a mistake. Sorry. Sorry, everyone. Okay. There we go. Okay. Blazing fast. And boom, there it is. Okay, so we'll know that this is actually working because I'll do CocoaType. And there's CocoaType. So you can see for a brief moment there was that frame, and I wonder if I should throw this in a scroll view or if I should just keep this as like a standard frame. Let's do frame. Let's do height. We'll do min width of 256, min height of 256. I don't know if this actually works. Does this work if you do min width and min height? I think it probably yells at you. Oh no, it doesn't. Let's try this again. Here we go. I got to figure out how to make that foreground color. Oh, I know how you can do that. Let's just switch. Modern problems require modern solutions. Oh, shoot. That didn't work. I can't even see it. How do I do a text field with man, I thought I was being clever. Threw off my groove. Let's go blue to purple. We also need an icon for this app. There we go. Enter in username. Oh, it's still kind of washed out. Okay, so it showed up. Black text, white border, classic. So that loading was a little strange. Uh-oh. I can't read it. It's because I'm trying to access it as a moderator. That's why. It worked for CocoaTypes because he made me a moderator. Big mistake, CocoaType. Big mistake. Okay, so this works for me because I'm obviously a moderator of my own channel. And let me just mod you real quick. No, that's okay. That you don't need to worry about it. My plan is coming to fruition. So what I really need is I probably just need a scroll view, because what's happening is this view depends on, it's a VStack, so it grows to the level of its content. We have provided an image size for the profile picture and for the offline picture, but no such stipulation for the description, which is why if we do this, you're going to see it's a little bit larger here. And so we could either do this with a scroll view, or we could use a spacer. We could do that here. So in the content view, in my VStack, basically a VStack instead of a VStack, but then this spacer just kind of, well, does that actually do anything? Yeah, it does that. Publishing changes from background threads is not allowed. Oh, I need to make this a main actor, folks. I forgot about that. So it's getting mad at me because, yeah, look at this. Look at these errors. Every single time I make a change to current user, apparently if you wrap something inside of a task, then yeah, that's that. Well, first of all, we shouldn't be wrapping this in a task, because we're already using a wait inside the network service. So that was, we need to resolve that. But that's still not going to fix it, because we're doing that here too, unless we classify this as a main actor. And what @main actor does in SwiftUI is it forces all getters and setters to occur on the main thread. That should resolve our issue. So let's go ahead and try this again. One more time. Like Keanu Reeves, exactly. Whoa. There we go. So you can see how like it now is extending to all the way to the end of the page. It's got that weird like butterfinger. Okay, so that we're gonna need to resolve. But anyway, so it works. Yay. So now what we want to do is now that we've separated out from content view into our own user view, we're gonna also want to have a chat participants view. For this is going to be app state something else, app state dot whatever. Maybe it's going to be a particular channel. Or whatever. We're going to have to create that. So let's go to here, and we have this called enum user state. I wonder if we could create a generic type. Can we create a generic type on enums? Do you know? Does anyone know? What if we renamed this to state? Oh, I don't think it likes the word state, does it? Let's call loading state. And maybe what we'll do is of this. So instead of user, this will just be T. And so maybe I'll refactor this. I'll rename this. Instead of loading state, it'll just be value. Generic parameter T cannot be inferred. Queried user. Loading state of type user. Does that work? Hey. Yesterday I started looking at creating my own HTML panels for my stream. Oh, nice. So there will be a remote control panel for all the electronics in my about section. Oh, that would be dope. That would be really cool. Dang, I am such a beginner when it comes to the web stuff. Current user equals value user. Let's just comment this out just to make sure that we're reference to generic type loading state of user. I know the backend very well. I'm envious. Node-RED makes the UI stuff easy for me. Oh, that's cool. Hey guys. We just, you know what we just did? We just made a reusable component that can handle any codable type. Let's look at this again. This is the first time I've done this. Where are you? Where are you? Loading state. T codable. Basically, you can use this enum for anything. Any value that's codable. So I can say loading state of a user. I can have another published property that's whatever, which is a loading state of a string. Yeah? Which is, this is really handy. Just need to make really good safeguards so people don't control my home when I'm off stream. That'd be kind of funny, wouldn't it? They're like, what the heck is going on? Yeah, you could have it like, well, I don't know, because I don't know the domain. But it seems, yeah, that'd be really fun. Moderator ID now instead could be well, yeah, this is the repo, so that could be. It seems like I would have to say if current user now I have to do a switch over this though. Maybe I do. Okay, switch current user. Case let case value let user. Then I could say let chatters equals try await network shared get chatters broadcast try ID. Wait a second. Moderator is going to be case value let me. Moderator ID will be me.id. Yes. Yes. Okay, so switch current user, which is whoever's logged in. If the value is if this enum is value where me is the user, then I'm going to say, hey, chatters the list of chatters is going to be get chatters for whoever the user I queried is, and also me as a moderator ID. Yeah. And then I can take out this to do and I can say default break. So the only time I'm going to try to do this is if I'm logged in. All other cases, because I have to switch over all enum possibilities, the easiest way to do that is just case value let me default break. And then I can do that. And then also queried user is this. There. So this probably belongs somewhere else. Yeah. If I get the user, maybe it's going to be in another function. Get chatters for ID string async, and then I'll just basically do this. Yeah. I get chatters for ID, and I can be like, hey, if I'm logged in, I'm going to do this because the only way I can get the chatters for an ID is if I'm a moderator. If I'm not a moderator on their channel, I don't get to know who's in the chat. Yeah? Oh, yeah. And so what we're going to do is we're going to have, instead of whatever, this is going to be chatters. Loading state. Array of string. Chatters equals dot loading. Self.chatters equals value chatters. Default break catch. Oh, default should be well, if I'm loading, then that should then it should be chatters equals error. Yeah. Oh shoot, I have to come up with an error. I know that works. Default friends equals 0. Ooh, that's actually a good idea. I like that. I like that. Good call. Good call. That onion. I like that very much. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. So get chatters, get user, get current user. This loads the current user if authenticated. Call this method first. Okay, there is our repository layer for getting the current user, getting chatters for broadcaster ID, attempts to retrieve list of users in chat for a particular broadcaster ID. Only works if the logged in user is a moderator of the Broadcasters channel. Yes. There we go. I think that's good, yeah? This is my favorite part about today's stream, actually. This right here. Well, one of my favorites. Okay, let's go back to content view, and we are going to create a chat participant view. Watch this. Switch UI view. This is a chat participants view. And this is going to take a binding to repository var chatters users user dang it state repository dot loading state of type that. Our chat participants view, we're going to create a constant that is dot value of hello world. What we're going to do in this text is we're going to have, let's make this a scroll view, vertical, and then it's going to be a for each. Oh snap, hold on, we forgot to do our switch. Oh, thought I done told you. Switch over. Then we do this. Okay. Chat participants view. Expected that. And cannot find users in scope. But you're right here. This was the issue we had before. For each. How do I? For each users? Build failed. Cannot find users in scope. Missing are you? Oh, this is an old error, I think. Referencing initializer init content on for each requires a string conform to identifiable. Okay. All right, we can't win them all. Yes, I know it's a non-constant range, so I have to do id /.self. to squelch the error there. Okay, build succeeded. Okay, how we doing? Everybody still with me? I know there's a lot, but what we're doing is hopefully what this means is that we don't get an error message unless it's just in the moderator view, the list of users. This is the user view. What am I doing? Content. I'm gonna throw you up in here. There we go. Content view. Chat participants view app state dot chatters. State. Here's the big reveal. Oh man, I can't wait. Wait, I think we need to hold on a second. Text, foreground color. Let's go white because the background's going to be, oh, you know what? Let's go purple. There's hello world. This is what it's going to look like. Do we want to do... Let's just see if it works. Let's just see if it works. The big reveal. We've got chat participants view at the bottom with the spacer at the top. What we probably want to do is yes, it can. Come on. Fine, be that way. I don't need you, preview provider. I got my simulator to keep me company. You guys see it anywhere? Nope. Oh, we didn't call for it. We didn't call for it. Get rid of the spacer. We'll put the spacer at the end. Await app store, app state get user. But once this happens, once we get the user, should the content view worry about getting the chatters as well? Or should that just come for free? Because then I could do this. Await get chatters for queried user.id. I could do that. Although, if there's ever a failure here, oh, I've already done this. Let's see. We might have introduced a bug. Hey, hi everybody. I see you. Thanks for coming. Thanks, chatters. Thanks for being in here. Yeah, it works. So let's try Cocoa Type. All this threw us off a little bit. Something's happening. Let's try Cocoa Type. There we go. So we got people in Cocoa Type's chat right now. Most of these are bots. Another TTV viewer, very well-known bot. Commander Root is a bot. Nightbot's a bot. These are all bots, unless Cocoa Type's streaming. And there we go. Hey, everybody. Thanks for being in my chat so that I could test this. I really appreciate it. Here is everybody, and we're center aligned here. So that's kind of fun. One thing that happened was that the layout priority looks like it's being split in two, right? So it looks like we got half and half. What I think I need to do is let's go back here. Hey, success, by the way, folks. We've the description is crippled, so let's fix that. What we're going to do is we're going to make the user view have layout priority of 2. So layout priority always gets priority. Let's see if that resolves the issue, and if it does, then I can say that we're pretty. Yeah. Shazam. Hey, yeah. Hey, folks. Success. I'm feeling good about this. I need to get going. I have to socialize with the girlfriend's family today. Hey, that could be fun. But from the icon that you're using, it seems like you might not be as enjoyable as you'd like it to be. But hey, I hope you do have an enjoyable time. Stay safe. Thank you. You too. Hey everyone, this is a success. We use the Twitch API to get the users. Oh, let's look at for someone who we don't have access to, and then we'll wrap up for today. So that onion. So I'm able to access your profile stuff, but because I don't have moderator access, the list of users doesn't show up. So I could do this for anybody. And hey, we just tested our code in real time, and we found that it works. So I am a mod now. Oh, all right. Let's see. Let's see if that's true. That neon, that I knew. It doesn't matter about spelling. Oh no! Oh, that is, yeah. So there you are. You're in your chat. It works. Okay. Let's try someone that I know I'm not a mod with. If I get an error across the way, then we know that we've got a bug that we need to deal with. Let's go to compile Swift. There we go. The data couldn't be read because it is missing. Okay, so that error right there, that text, the data couldn't be read because it is missing, is because I don't have mod access, and that's the error. In fact, we should put that in. We should put that in red. That would be a surprise. Okay. Well, I'm excited about this. This was a lot of fun. I hope you all enjoyed this. It's time for me to go to bed, folks. I've had a wonderful evening. I think it is time to it's time to go. We're going to raid someone today. For those of you who are still awake, we're gonna raid Techie Girl, who streams quite often. I saw them stream Swift a week ago. They also like to build Twitch API applications. So we're going to we're going to raid Techie Girl. And hey, everybody, I hope you give them a warm welcome. Appreciate everybody who came in today. Thanks for the new follows. And I'll be back on Tuesday. We'll do something fun. I'm not sure what it is, but yeah, if you'd like to join the Discord, the links are in the Nightbot. And yeah, have a good one, everyone. Appreciate you all. Take care, everybody. We're about to raid in a few seconds here. All right, let me make sure that I can do this. All right. Signing off. Bye, everybody. think I did. I don't know if I actually did. I don't know if it's working. Hold on. I'm new at this. No, I'm not. I'm not really new at this. I just, there we go. Did we raid? I think we raided.